One sec. Bum, bum, bum. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Give me a second, because I'm a little bit behind on some shit. Let's see what we got going on. That's old. That doesn't need to be fucking open. Cool. Good morning, everyone. After being gone for 19 months, I'm back. What did I miss? The market went down and then up, and then down and then up a lot. Welcome back. Figures? Yeah, I know. Fucker won't stop moving. Is Baltimore in New Jersey? It's in Maryland. Really? I heard they won the Mega Millions. Maybe they could use that to rebuild the bridge. I feel like that's unlikely. Move over Ryan Cohen. Michael Saylor is my new daddy. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway. Let's do stock stuff. Oh, what's going on today? All right, we got a bump on IWM at 100 points, 57 points up on SPX, and oh god, we don't need to look at that anymore. And QQQ is down. What the fuck is going on there? That's weird. Okay. Yeah. So you get a bit of a call ramp to the upside. It gets better if we get past 35. I would be very, very cautious if we do not hold 5230. There's still excessive amount of put interest to the downside, and we could get sucked right into it. Some of it capitulated, which helped drive prices up overnight, but not all of it. And calls still aren't completely stable at this level. So a little bit of a shaky open, slightly bullish. I was promised a recession. You'll fucking get one, all right? Just wait. Is it Reddit put time already? Hmm. Could be. All the money is leaving Reddit speculation and moving over to DJT. Literally. January 2026 CC's on GME time. At least. Okay, this sell off on NQ can't be a good thing, right? Fucking NQ right back to testing resistance from last night. Wow, yesterday closed. Let's see if it finds support at 18.5. That's probably a pretty important level. Oh, I gotta check something. Is Beyond looking illiquid today? It's looking about as illiquid as it was yesterday. Beyond actually looks pretty good. I mean, all right. Um, ooh, did AMD move back up? No. That's kind of selling off too. Tested 180. Support there. VIX's still not back under 13. Gold bumped a bit. Hmm. Did you exit Upstart calls yesterday? But if it goes back under 25, I might just buy them again. We'll see. A little bit of weakness there. Kind of trying to see how this is going to shape up, because if we don't break 35, all of this push was for naught. That doesn't look particularly good. The daily looks terrible. Upstart's still wildly illiquid. Hard rejections on 2750, but I mean, I'm just looking for a recovery. All right. That probably puts us somewhere in the ETF FTD period around the 4th, 5th, right in there for a breakout. Although, you know, playing the bounce off trend isn't too awful either. Could be that. How many people had a meltdown over GME this time? No idea. I Turd sent me a Twitter space last night because Gaff was on it, and it was just it was like platinum sparkles and like a bunch of other fucking fake finfluencers just blowing smoke up each other's asses. Rod was on there, and his analysis is usually pretty moderate, but the rest of them were just dipshits. I haven't been here in who knows how long. Are you still invested in Fubo? Yep. Yes, I am. It's had some pretty fun runs. It's a good yielder. You could use that to compound, but I haven't been. Has pretty solid support at 150 right now, and there's been a decent amount of buy pressure. Management's on track with their positive EBIT, so I don't really have any concerns over it. There's a bit of worry with the Disney Fox joint venture, but Fubo's probably trying to get an injunction against that, and as of right now, that business doesn't actually exist. So, any chance Fubo makes a move to 175 for ETF FTDs? It's possible, although I doubt it has very many. There was very little shorting going into the earnings period. And most of the price drop off of like 250 was selling on the lawsuit news. So I would say that Fubo probably doesn't have very many ETF FTDs, if it has any. But it has gotten shorted very hard since the post earnings spike. Quite hard. This may be the most it's been shorted since like October. And it performed pretty well once that started getting cleared out, so I would say next earnings could be pretty spicy. They could run before that, but only if IWM does, I would say. Everyone, it gets people very emotional. It does. Good morning, Gary. I didn't read anything. My dog threw up on my bed at 4 a.m. What's going on in the markets? It's better than that other guy. His kid pissed on his carpet. Not much. Opened above 225. We're gonna see if bulls get a foothold here or not. If they don't, we've got a pretty decent amount of put interest beneath us, so we could kind of fall back into it like we did yesterday. Ah. All right. Wow, you won't talk about Jimmy, huh? You hate it much? You mad, bro? I'm not mad. I sold when the price was higher. I'm quite happy. And I talked about it already. I did an entire write-up for the earnings analysis, which wasn't too far off. That's me. I'm the other guy. What's up, Carpet Piss? Do you think AMD is going to break down or recover? I don't know. It's still above gamma neutral. It's got support at 75. Gotta break that trend to the upside, though. Tup's just gonna let itself get delisted. Not doing anything is quite the strategy for keeping the company afloat. I mean, it's a possibility. They may just not have the audits done, right? What are you gonna do if you don't have the paperwork to file? The first accounting firm they hired bailed because the shit was so fucked up, probably, and they didn't want the liability. They got another accounting firm, but obviously they're not done doing the audits. Sometimes those internal reviews can be awful, right? If bulls get a foothold, do they hold all day or take their money and go home? Don't know. We'll see how interest accumulates. I mean, there's tickers other than GME, thousands. Super stalkers are the worst. Yeah. Well, just because they're fucking delusional. Take a time to take 130K from GME and show SS how you really make a milli trading SPX. I'm not gonna YOLO $130,000 into zero DTEs. People still had GME? Yeah. I remember when I wanted to buy it at 25 months ago, and you talked about how this could happen. You saved me so much money. Thanks to the Pickles picks, managed to position myself into zero GT SPX straddle that's doing rather okay right now. Well done. Make the paperwork. Is there a strategic way to play DJT in your opinion, or just don't touch it with a 100-foot pole? I want to go anywhere fucking near it. The options are overpriced and it's gamma squeezy. Lol, alright, man. Alright. Enjoy your bags, dickhead. Remember when BBY CFO fell off the roof of their headquarters? No. He jumped off the balcony of his apartment. Rub your crystal ball and make the right prediction. Anyone else having trouble with YouTube buffering? You might be. No. My upload's fine. Might be on YouTube side. It's the solar flares. Was that GME guy not satire? No, it was a live one. Fucking nut jobs with nothing better to do with their time. Holding a dead stock into the fucking dirt because they think some Canadian billionaire is going to save him while he plays with his micro penis. Will it be a happy Bund day today? Don't you dare throw your shitty tickers at me. If we ever find you in the wild, can we do the same to you as a centaur, as the bull statue on Wall Street? You want to fondle my balls? All right. Whenever I feel bad about my poor risk management, I just go to Superstock and realize how far I've come. Nobody manages risk better than the insane. What are you talking about? RC has the micro. His words, not mine. I would have said a solid 4 or 5 inches, but he disagrees. Mike the Legend, how's Bendover looking today? Looking like her mom might be a little overweight. Do you own any Johnson and Johnson? No. I'm sorry. I've been up since like 4 a.m. I had to go to fucking DMV this morning. Yeah, CCs are probably still fine on it. It's just, I don't want to own it. CCs are better on other things. Ooh. Failing the high here. Calls picking up. Call sells picking up. That was reminiscent of yesterday. Let's see which strikes they're giving up, though. Maybe 40. Taking a little bit of profits, and puts are getting bought. Are they dirt cheap again? They're not that expensive. Hmm. When short truth, wait till Ivy crushes. Get out of my straddle. That'd be cool. On a serious note, can anything actually stop Dixie? Probably not. I mean, yeah, China could stop trying to pin their fucking currency exchange. YouTube's buffering like crazy today. Well, I know it's not my upload. That's that's all I can say. I could try switching to the backup server. Give me a second. I'll try switching. Hold on. All right, it should be back. Did you sell a pile of in the money CCs on Jimmy to get out of the stock? Nope. I set a stop loss at $14, and then I sold the rest that didn't fill on the dump. You ever 100% each side of the straddle? Yeah, that's happened. That's pretty rare. I don't know if it's going to fall to single digits, but it might pull back to like $10. It might get a new lower low. XRT again, still not on reg show. So you're completely out of GME? Yep. I had some puts that were in the money that I bought yesterday. I bought $20 puts for April. And I closed those this morning. So I have zero positioning on GME currently. At this point, GME, I'm just selling CCs as aggressively as I can. Hope for assignment to be done with it. Fair. Is it the end of an era or the start of a new one? Who knows? I mean, I sold most of my GME a few months ago anyway. Do you think it's reasonable to short TLT here, or is that risky with China potentially buying up the 20-year? I've been short TLT for a couple of weeks now since it was a Pickles pick. I don't know if I'd enter a new short here. It depends on your like time horizon. Maybe if it pulls back to like 94-ish. I don't think we have anything coming up that's really gonna push TLT any strongly anyway. China's current buying is kind of driving it up, but very slowly. So I would say it's probably not bad for like a long short. Maybe look into something like a calendar. Congrats on the broken shackles. Thanks, dude. I'm not really happy about it. I didn't want to up my tax liability this quarter, but whatever. No problem, Yellow Tie. You sold Jimmy because you were fed up with the stock. I sold Jimmy to pay rent. We're not the same. You feel cleaner, don't you? Yeah. Cleansed. Tax liability re Nvidia calls it 900. This thing's dumping. I could pull back to 880, which is kind of the level we discussed yesterday. 900 might have some support. Last time around, it had a bit less than the 880 strike. Give me a second. Let me take a look at the options chain on Nvidia for today. Yeah, Delta and Gamma are both still falling off. Calls aren't falling off super hard. So there's still some bulls locked into the trade. But short calls are primarily going to be at 950, and most of the drop we're seeing is the crush and vol because of that, right? Ah, there we go. All right. Yeah, 900's not a particularly good price point. It could definitely drop. It could drop to 890, 870, 850. People are kind of loading puts. Most of the call interest right now seems to be at 915 and 907.50. And then above 935. And below 895, Charm's going to start to turn a bit negative. Gamma neutrals around. Ooh. 850. Delta neutral rocketed it up on put buying yesterday. So yeah, Nvidia doesn't look too hot. There goes 5220. I should start seeing us fall into the put side. Yeah. Quite a lot of puts at 5210. Picking up at 205, 200, 195, 190, 185, 180, 175. QQQ is still selling off pretty hard. That still looks pretty shitty. Out of the money puts are picking up even more. Quite a lot of volume. Is this the effect of the BOJ hedge for short vol? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That's... Gork NQ is dying. I know. I don't think you ever looked at it, but I'm pretty proud of my FF play to capture their special dividend of 250. I even bought a protective put to exercise in case it dumps after the payout. I'm learning. Nice. How explain vol short bond yield vol convexity BOJ? Nice. Awesome. Hmm. Do you think AMD will bounce back here, or the original play on the move down? This is where support is on AMD, like 176, 175. So it depends which way it goes. Up 40. Server switch seems to have worked. Awesome. We breaking 5200 today? There's enough puts that we could. Let's see. ES is looking for support at 5278. It's not really finding it though. Hmm. So I told my dad this morning that if he bought a bunch of stock and sold calls on it, he could get 1 to 2% a week. And he called me a liar and a con man because not even banks can get 50 to 100%. Show him. Don't tell him. The BOJ pushes interest rates to 0.25 and the spread on the yen yuan collapses, will shortfall funds who are over-leveraged in FX markets lose their margin due to a collateral haircut. The yen yuan? Alright. Yes. I think your path to getting there is a little flawed. Yeah, I know. I know you did. Monkey and a typewriter, right, popcorn trader? I don't know what those words mean. It's so much more complex than that, too. If he blindly bought a stock, he could get mega fucked. Even with selling options against the current macro environment, depends what you buy, right? You can buy like a 2 5-year ETF, and, it's probably not fucking going anywhere. You might not make 1 to 2% a week selling calls on it, though. That's the variable, right? Is the vol. There's a lot of shitty things you can buy and make decent money on. And then there's very stable things that you can buy that don't make as much money off selling covered calls. But sometimes they'll have like a dividend. And that can be nice. Because then you're combining the yield from the dividend with the yield you get from selling covered calls. Is there any news on NVIDIA? Why poo poo? Lots of puts. Mostly big putties. Yeah. TQQQ. That's a great way to blow up money. Yeah. Futures still just chilling at 52.75 on ES. NQ's trying to hold that fucking 18.4 support now. Choppy. Choppy, but trending down. Any idea why Apple is straight up today? Bounced back above DN? Bounced back to test DN? I don't think there was any news or anything. Yeah, DN. Actually, it's a little bit above DN. So it bounced back over DN. DN's at 169. Might hold up. Still a shitload of resistance at 175. How's Neo looking at these prices? I could get cheaper. Why didn't you tell me to go long cocoa? Because if you'd gone long cocoa at any time in the last like 30 years, your profit curve would just be like this. And it would be brown. Was AMD in dangerous territory? It's not dangerous, it's just its support. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Still getting a bit of call selling. Some put profit taking on the bounce there, but not too much. Uh, 2025 volume. There is an auction today. A 7-year at 1 p.m. Still bearish under 25. Yeah. Lots of ads. It's time for Google to run somewhere. The video's got a lot of puts on it. Depends on how far it drops. If it loses 890, that's pretty bad. I need Beyond to bail me out of all my horrible decisions. Oh, that's not good. After a correction and a reverse split, could a leverage short ETF be a good instrument for cover calls? Yeah, can be. Was the overnight rally a rescue pump? I don't know if it was so much a rescue pump as it was an attempt to stabilize at a higher level that failed. They may still try to do that, though. I don't think they want to go into tomorrow's like GDP data and everything trading at 5,200. But puts are very cheap, which is problematic. How long until down? I don't know. I feel like this is gonna break down. Might chop for just like the next 50 minutes. I will say that the fact that we're falling here is probably not a good sign. Like this was the bounce, right? This is where the short capitulation occurred. So if bulls can't leverage this up and regain their positioning at like 5230, I mean, once the momentum wears off from the put selling, um, they're gonna be in the same position they were before the drop, which is bearish, right? Yes, on the 5 minute. Yeah, you got a little bear flag there. 3 candles, and then it's failing. Well, yeah, it's failing here, but with better volume. Are the bulls just unable to get leverage? Well, the problem is the bears are the bears are feeling pretty confident. There's not a lot of out of the money longer dated positioning, right? So there's not a lot of like bullish call delta anywhere. And because of that, bears are really confident selling calls, and so on our upside moves, we're getting a huge amount of call selling, which has the opposite effect from push put selling, right? If you're long calls, so say you're long the 35 this morning, and price is up, right, and you're kind of pushing up into your breakout, and then bears come in and just sell the fuck out of your call, your premium's gonna drop as the spread gets smashed, right? And what this does is it triggers a lot of stop losses. And then those calls start selling, and the gamma that was supporting the level you're at starts to break down, right? And then it's a little less supportive, right? And then you start to slide, and then that effect compounds. Then they start selling the 30, and the 30s start getting stopped out, and you get bigger and bigger moves, right? GME to the moon. You have some problems, bipolar bear. So what they had yesterday at 52.30, we now have it at 52.20. Well, we also have it at 52.30. When was the last time this happened? Yesterday. Good morning, Shill. I was right back at you, turd. Did you just sit in there all night listening to all those fucking blowhards jerk each other off on Twitter? How many GME shares you got left? Where's GME on the VW chart right now? So it was like that, right? And then GME's over here. Three? No, zero. Do you want it like this? You're just trying to get me to hold my hand up like this? Whatever. Is it bullish or bearish when call put walls move up? It depends. Was it a call or a put wall? How's the options chain looking? It's got a bunch of numbers. Those are moving around. The end of an era for the old pick. Dude, I sold like 90% of my GME already. Back in December. And what situation do you collar? Ooh. When you expect it to go up, but you're afraid it could go down really hard. I shorted GME last night. I had like 20 puts. Well, they were just protective puts, but I closed those this morning. I didn't make a lot off of them. They were like $20 puts in the money. So it was... What time does the European markets close? Like London? Wonder if there's a risk of it bouncing back up. I don't care. I closed the puts already. Probably. And generally, anytime Jamie sells off really hard after earnings, there's a chance that it can move up or like back up above DN. Just because it gets like oversold and you get like post earning put capitulation. So you do that at the money, same strike? Not necessarily. Like think about the JPM color, right? We always talk about that shit. So JPM owns a shitload of the underlying of S&P, right? Which is, you know, every unit is like 500 shares of the 500 of each share, one of each share in the S&P, right? So 500 total shares. And then, you know, they sell a call like 5% out of the money. Then they buy a put. That's like 5% out of the money. And then they sell a put. That's, you know, like 10% out of the money. And so if during that quarter or that 90-day period, S&P goes up, they get assigned, they make a 5% gain, right? But if S&P goes down 5%, they make money on the put side that covers the loss on the call side, right? Because this was in the middle of those two 5% ranges. And then if it goes down really, really fucking hard, they can exercise those sold puts to get their shares back. We calculated ourselves using CBOE data. How does Dork's yurt rent index factor into that? I don't know. So on your BNED position, you're gonna go what, the $1 call? And then the 50-cent put. And this should net you a yield every 30 days of about 7 cents times 100. Whoa, 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 whoa. This feels like it's building support here. Are we bouncy? We shouldn't be. We're under a bunch of put walls. Stop telling everybody my epic strat. I mean, when you DM'd me, I'm going to be the Jamie Dimon of BNED, I knew what you meant. Anyway, with that $7, you can buy $7 every 30 days. You can increase your BNED shareholding by 10 shares. After 1 year, you can sell an extra call. You're gonna be a thousandaire by the time you retire, man. You're probably be able to buy your own Sears Roebuck home and slap it up on your staked land claim. Then you're gonna own two houses, vacation home, like a grandparent. Goals. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If Dork did that, BNED would just rip to $10 the day he opened the collar. This is day 3 of bulls failing. Yeah, a little bit. It's not a good look, is it? $7 every 30 days might get you a couple of Wendy's. Yeah. And if BNED went out of business, he would make 50 cents per share. Do you exclusively trade options? For trades? Pretty much, yeah. Do you trade stocks? Like swing trade? Yeah. Most of my stock holdings are buy and hold though. If yes, why? Leverage. 100% leverage. Turnaround on AMD. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you guys just draw these lines and stop asking me about it? There. Is that a Dorito? No. Too complicated. Lost everything. Can you do the same thing for Tesla? No. Actually, I could, but you wouldn't like it. And it's probably wrong. Be like that. But it's already broken out, so. You can do this. There. What's the fib retracement of that Dorito? All right, that's it. I'm selling more beanhead calls. Fuck you. You're missing a heated discussion on coleslaw in the Discord this morning. Missing's a strong word. Diamond Top, eat shit, asshole. I'm gonna sell one beanhead covered call every 30 minutes until you're nice to me again. Time to go along Siri and Lucid or what? Might be starting to get there with. Oh, Lucid? Interesting. I like Neo better. Siri, I don't know. What are you gonna do? Lend out shares? Sell 100 every 30 minutes, ass face. I dare you. Well, then I wouldn't be able to sell as many over as long a period of time. I'd be out of them before the end of the day. What your eggplant parm is soggy? I mean, I hope so. You timed out Bob for the whole day. George just moved into the new house. He hasn't received his services from the Dans in several days now. He's been humping furniture around. Bob was being an asshole last night. Bob's always a fucking asshole. That's why I keep him around, partially. Pips. All right, no picking on Doric. All right. Gherkin, I found the Holy Grail. Ooh. A moment on the bips, a lifetime on the tips. You can't time him out for that one. That was great. What's a good stock to wheel? With a price around $20. I would say you probably shouldn't be wheeling anything that's $20. BTU's been decent. I don't like your. I'm gonna be honest, Big Dill. I don't like your approach to wheeling. Because your current approach to wheeling is I've got $2,000, what can I wheel with it? And I hate everything about that. This is gonna take us at least an hour to drop. Maybe longer. Oh, what the fuck did I just do? Oh, okay. Okay, IWM filled there. Let me take a look at NQ. I'm gonna start calling NQ Nick. Let's go take a look at Nick. Huh, I like it. Please don't. How about Nikki? That was the name of my first girlfriend in college. She was a hoe for show. That's what I liked about her. How'd you know how to spell it, Chris? Sounds very Italian. She was Swedish. I don't even think her real name was Nikki. It was something else. I don't know. Began with like an FR. I don't remember it. I knew Nikki in New York City is a bit of a slut, but she's Asian? Oh, okay. How did an hour pass so quickly? Good times. Tempest Fugit, Mr. Madman. Did you guys ever argue over whose meatballs were better? Yes, actually, we did. It's crazy that there's two Slutty Nickies in the city. No, it's not. Yes, failing. Consolidating. Getting a little bit of downside momentum here. We'll see. I mean, honestly, we could still chop a bit longer before we see a move down. But I think that's where we're headed. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Tempest Fugget. How far down will positioning let us go? Mm, so if we lose 20 again, 52.10? If we hit 52.10, we could push, I mean, as far out as like 80 or 75. There's a ramp. I mean, it's not crazy, but it's a ramp. Is there a Udemy course on yes/no contract arbitrage? We can make one. Bulls have to get a hold of this at some point to pump tomorrow, right? Well, we'd like to. How much failure do you predict? I think we'd probably find support around 5,200 again. If not, gamma neutral at 51.91. If yes, then no. If no, then yes. Please give me $100. Maybe. Oh, fuck me. Hold on. I'm working on it. I can't believe you do this to me during the trading session, Doric. What if I miss a red candle? I don't have any of that shit. Oh, okay, over here. Yeah, but mine doesn't look like that. Mine looks like this. I'm up 1% of my puts. Think we keep going down, or do I book profits? It's up to you, man. You guys comparing shaft dimensions? Okay. Is there a space? Comma. This is complex. All right. I did it. All right, I'm spent. Yeah. Don't ever put me through that again. I was a young man, I found the works of William Carlos Williams boring, but as I've grown older, I connect with his works in a way I didn't anticipate. Oh, fuck off. You can't read. You have an update on Upstart? I'm curious to see the tips. You see, I've done an update on Upstart already, and you're the 9th person to ask. There's the tips. Looks like it's doing one of these boys. Right here. Like, we're gonna cover a little bit, then short the fuck out of it. Is volume picking up? No. No, it's not. It's dropping off. Kirk had to type a total of 10 keystrokes. Guys, he spent. Don't ask too much of him for the rest of the day. Have mercy. Please. Please. Also, you interrupted my BNED call selling, you son of a bitch. I won't be your exit liquidity, dork. Why is volume insane on GME today, and yet it's trading sideways? Because short hedge funds are netting off their shorts while it's cheap. Nice, Trash Panda. Well done. Bips with love. I'm trying a new strategy. I call it don't panic and sell at a slight loss. What's your opinion on that bad boy? It's viable. Are the tips of your favorite sports streamer about to spoon each other? Yes. But that's not in a good way. They're negatively spooning each other. It's back to back instead of front to front. Or front to back. Yeah, that's right. Third-party administrator industry is growing. Blanket statement about a sector. Do you have any companies that you own watch? Give me a stock tip. I do. Did they sell the 15p? Price on my contracts dropped 25% on the move down. Probably, yeah. Might be some short puts there. I think he's referring to the insurance industry, dork. To which me and you are both well exposed. Thanks for your insight. I don't know how many of them are publicly traded. Yeah, not too many of them publicly traded. Rough. We're just 25-30 before more downs. No, I still think we're just chopping. I mean, we got a little bit of downs on the chop, but I don't think we've actually seen the downs yet. I don't know if we're going to retest 30 at all today. This is getting slippery. Most of the volume's coming in on the put side. Puts are super cheap. They granted Cohen absolute power with new investment policy. The new one to buy Chemcoin, they revised it on March 21st. I'm back. Is that super stonker still fuming? Somewhere. Yeah, just not here. Boomers are cashing out. T-bills as they retire, so expect to set an SPX drop in the next 3 to 15 years. That sounds like a gradual SPX drop over 3 to 15 years. Did I tell you the anecdote I got from the guy who was steaming the carpets at my old place? Apparently, a family member of his just bought a house with an 11% mortgage. Ooh. This one guy I know's girlfriend just bought a BMW with a 30% rate for 7 years. She's a hostess. Yeah. She bought 2.5 BMWs. It's more like three. I have 2.2% of my car loan for 5 years. Nice. I should really start selling loans. He might have missed the window. She'll be doing OnlyFans in a few months to pay for it. I think she tried that already. She might not have been very successful, though. .995% of OnlyFans creators only make $200 a month. It's true. I don't have an OnlyFans stream house yet. You know, the average only thought makes even less. $120. They've been dating for a couple years. He told me about that though, and I told him to get a vasectomy. Although I tell everyone to get a vasectomy. I'm just trying to do my part. How much do only librarian creators make? It depends. It's a draw system. My Abulita makes $1,200 a month on OnlyGrants. I'd pay to watch her just make tacos all day. Wish you told me 15 years ago. Well, at least you only got 3 years till you're done. So you really never want to have a kid? Why would I? I think there's two groups of people. I think there's people who just stick their dick in things and don't wear condoms, and they have children by mistake. And that's pretty terrible. But then I think there's something even more evil. The planned child. And I'll tell you why. These are financially secure people who are so self-fucking absorbed that they think that bringing a child into this world that we live in is a good fucking idea. Planned child isn't racist. I can just adopt Doric, Maeve. Don't tell him. He'll get too excited. That sounds anti-human. Huh. Why? Not always financially secure. I know people who've had planned kids but shouldn't have done. Yeah, sometimes people are just shitty parents. I know people with money who were like, we're having a child together. And then they had a child, and then they ignored him and pawned him off on some nanny. You wish you were never born? I never said that. I was part of the first group, the accidental child, born of ignorant sexual education. I'm gonna have 7 kids just to piss Gherk off. All right, I'm adopting Jay Fresh instead. He might be older than me, but that's not weird. Sounds pretty pro pickle to me. My mom had me when she was 44. That was absolutely a mistake. I'm a twin, the extra kid. That's got to be the most horrific thing to ever hear as a potential father. Is it's twins. Ah, oh, fuck. It even gives me the heebie-jeebies. No, as a mother. Interesting. I need to talk to more women that have had twins. I wonder if the second one is easier because it's so soon after the first. My mom told me she was surprised I lived to see my third birthday. Was that a you thing or a her thing? Even worse, they're conjoined. One of them basically only controls an arm and a peener. Oh, Jesus. Those are the two worst things. No, dude, not to bring the mood down, but the worst thing to hear as a prospective father is it was twins. Hmm. After a C-section, they fall out. It's like breaking the window on the claw machine. My mom said you'll never know true love until you have kids. She yelled at us a lot growing up, though. I had twins. My response on the sonographer when she told me, well, I guess I'll deal with this now. Locked the windows at the hospital, huh? I've always wondered how the conjoined twin ladies do things like flick the bean and bang their spouses. Listen, man, we get it. You have a kink. Planning children is a narcissistic personality trait. I'm here to tell you, having caught my second one after the C-section delivered the first one, they do not fall out. Yeah, I guess you gotta get in there, huh? We have an idea, Jen. You know what this world needs? A smaller, more annoying version of me. I think the initial thought is I'm gonna have one of these and it's gonna be just like me and it's gonna be great. And then what you get is not that. Like all your shitty relatives that you don't like, their DNA's in there too. One of my buddies has 7 kids and won't get snipped because what if the girl I'm dating wants a kid? She won't date me if I can't make one. What? That can't be real. I don't believe you. I'm absolutely one of those relatives. Okay, Jen, just rub it in everyone else's face. What if you could clone yourself? Not a baby, but a replica. Oh, and a heartbeat. I could have 2 trading stations. And a best friend. No, we'd fight each other to the death almost instantly. Stop showing me your kid's Polaroids, windmill. Gherk, I made one just like me, and it's awesome. Autistic and Midwestern. I like you, so it's got to be pretty decent. What do you mean you already sold the call? God, you're such a dumbass. OCD and opinionated. 5215 is strong resistance. I didn't expect us to just sit here for 2 hours. I didn't say 2 hours, I said 1 hour. I'm personally excited for the best Gherk to come out of the clone death match. What if he's nice? Does chat have baby fever? They just people have babies. It's just like what they do. If he's nice, I'll DM him my homeopathic health recommendations. Unsub if nice, Craig. Wouldn't an identical clone say all the same things as you, like an echo? Well, you're only identical until the moment of inception. And then from that moment forward, their personality could change. I think if you tell the clone it's a clone, it explodes. They're really shorting Vol hard and not getting anywhere with it. I don't know how I feel about this. I wonder if they'll just give up now. Giving up would be cool. We're almost there. We should be getting some downside right about now. Five minutes. Now to 5 minutes. Could be upside. Gonna break one way or another. Maybe they're just saving all the short put money up for a big call buy. Oh Christ, homeopathy is not a thing. Yeah, it is. People don't have health insurance. So, like, I wonder if I chew on this root, if things will get better. God, I have a headache. Time to go chew a pound of willow bark. Yeah, I know plant fucking medicines come from plants. Some of them do. But we figured out how to concentrate them and make them synthetically because we have brains. Don't sleep on colloidal silver. Will willow bark work? Not as well as an aspirin. Homeopathy is even more hilarious than that. Look up what the 30C concentration means. I mean, I can't hate homeopathy any more than I already do. Nope, I was wrong. Ah, that fucked up my humors. Are you homeophobic? No. That would imply that I have a fear of homeopaths. They're not scary people. I mean, the only scary thing is when people believe them. I work with amphetamines. It's called hypersensitivity training. Where are the beans at? I don't know. Would a girl wearing a toe ring being considered a red flag? Doesn't matter which toe bean. What if it's her option strategy? In which case, marriage material. Gherkin, bean it is almost up a whole penny. Shit. Stagnation below resistance is bearish, right? Well, when we've fallen $5, almost $10 below that resistance, then yeah. There's a toe ring option strategy? Yeah. Just ask her if she PDTs. Or if she's D to PDT. Yeah. This. Aspirin's basically distilled willow bark or poplar. Don't forget poplar. How about PP in my PDT? Hmm. Do you have... Oh, yeah. AI Greeks? Sure. I don't know what the fuck IWM's gonna do. Delta neutral is 2750. Gamma neutral 2393. The value of my put is being killed even though the price hasn't moved. That's what happens when volatility declines. How's SPX looking? Flattish? Kind of boring. Probably like long-term bearish. Maybe. NQ might be losing support, but very slowly. ES actually looks pretty just stable here. I haven't seen toe rings in a long time. Are you bringing them back? Maybe. I don't know. Vol needs to pick up a little bit more. They kind of suck when Vol's this low. Calls and puts are cheap. Why do we now slide down to the cheap puts versus slide up due to cheap calls, as we have for the past few months? Because there's more puts. The long call gamma and delta have been breaking down for some time now, a few weeks. I have no positions, JWN and GME. I have two positions, and I'm green on both of them. Now the question is, will I sell them before they expire worthless, or will I sell one to double down on the other? Those both sound like garbage. Auction predictions? I don't know, it's the 7-year, it's wonky. Is the WeBull's futures trading API working with TradingView yet? I don't know. I don't have a futures account yet. Because I keep forgetting to fund it every day. Thoughts on Riley? I might have some. What do you want to know? They absolutely committed fraud, right? My biggest worry with Riley, I think I know what you're thinking, but my biggest concern is that they can be frozen because of the ongoing fraud investigation, which is a big risk if you're long options, right? 5 minute chart, kind of bullish. No, it actually looks worse. Not as bad as the 15, but definitely worse than the 1 minute. This is the breakdown I was waiting for. It was late. Late to the party. Okay, there's the gap fill. Hmm. Bear sign below 5190? That'd be pretty intense, right? Let's see if we can lose 5210 first. Because that's still kind of far away. And probably a little bit of a support, right? No fee schedule for WeBull futures on their site yet. Do you believe in fortune tellers? No. Should WeBull show a small gap below 52.10? Yeah, right here. That gap's there. Oh, piece of shit. What is the point of trying to float this? It's only 50 bips. I know. 52.15 isn't a support. It just doesn't have a lot of puts. It's just kind of like a dead zone. Thank you for confirming the gap. I was taking non-gap measures. Thanks for everything you do. Made out with $2. Bullish. Hmm. This is definitely gonna be like a fucking all-day thing. Look how hard they're selling the 52.15 strike. I don't like that. Hmm. Puts. Fucking bleed is so slow. Gap. Upstart's resilient in the face of NVIDIA dumperoonies. It's above DN, so it should be in a DN and GN, so it should be in a pretty stable spot. Looking like a V. I think like a small capitulation rally, but not that big of a deal. Pump attempt before the action? Possible. I mean, at least try to defend 52.15 before the action, it seems like. But they were in a similar position yesterday, like under the put walls, trying to pump into the auction, and they failed. Little beyond break above 850 yesterday. NVIDIA looking to get back over 900 to stop the bleed or more down. If NVIDIA loses 895, that's really bad. Do you give any credit to RC for taking the company from negative 320 million to plus 6 million? He was responsible for the negative 320 million, though. How much did he trim back year over year revenues? Let's do the math. The ultimate bane of GME bullishness. So you took a 60 billion hit in revenues, but improved profits by 6 million. It's like saying the president can get it all done in a day. He's not the president. I think Vega puts are a good purchase now. August monthly SPY 440s. Those are pretty far out of the money. Eh, could be okay. We're trying to pump the fuck out of this. Hmm. How big's the auction today? 40 something billion. Yeah, they're shorting vol really hard. In relation to the price improvement on the index, though, it's not very impressive. It's like a lot of effort, shitty return. I will say NQ looks better than SPX does right now, or ES. A little bit of volume on the bounce too. This might not last. A double top would be incredibly bearish. Need a lower low. I still don't think we're getting enough puts at 52.15 to break down. Which means we'll need a lot more puts at 52.10. Was the end of March normally a snooze fest? No, not usually. There's not a lot of longer dated volatility shorting. Most of it's really like as short term as possible. Looking less bearish or staying the same? Choppy. I'm falling asleep over here. This is very boring. It's also like midday, so. Are you expecting a bounce tomorrow for any reason? We could get good data in the morning. That might help. Any fun plans for the holiday weekend? No, not really. Holy fuck, I'm tired. Do you have any stocks that you sell CCs on regularly? Yeah, a bunch. Follow up? What are those stocks, please? That's not how to find stocks that you want to sell CCs on. Take a break, do some micro cheating, and do some micro espresso. Macro espresso. Why does this look strong but weak at the same time? Because it's weak. How does one go about finding stocks to sell CCs on? Depends. What's your investment goal? Vol is generally higher on QQQ, well, on NQ than it is on ES. It's a less liquid basket. I'm unsure of how to build a Vega position well. Well, you want to identify something out of the money with a lot of theta and a decent amount of Vega for the premium spent. Vega's a multiplier of implied volatility. Have you considered selling CCs on GME? I did. It was once very good and then it got worse. Some relatively low risk growth. I mean, then you probably want to look into things like utilities, materials. Think about sectors that are underpriced but have decent growth potential. And then identify stocks with liquid options chains where you can increase your yields. If you want to make a bunch of money selling calls, you're probably better off selling spreads on something with higher implied volatility that carries more risk. Midcap's bullish? Not really bullish, just stagnant. Did I miss anything fun in the last week? No, not much. This week's been really boring. What is 5% on $1.199 billion? Hmm. So $60 million. I think we can assume that $60 million of GME's profits came from owning the short-term treasuries. How stupid is it to sell another batch of 172, 175 bear calls on Apple for next week? It's above DN right now. It's a little risky. I'm curious if your wizardry of the markets is mostly self-taught. No. A lot of it is. At least on the trading side. The analysis side, I had professional training. Are my calls safe? What do you think? Oh. I did call the drop, but it sucked. It was a shit drop. It was this, which was like not even $5. I called the one earlier this morning, but that was a more like if we lose 25, we're gonna dump kind of thing. It wasn't really about like momentum or positioning. Can you call another drop? I'm waiting on it right now. That's why I have puts. Although if it doesn't get enough volume, it's not going to be very interesting. Excuse me. Ugh. Man, I woke up early today. What positions could I consider if they're going to try and privatize it into an American like healthcare system? Most of our healthcare isn't really publicly traded. And I would imagine the same is probably true in England as well. Insurance companies. The BlackRock internship experience paying itself forward. I never worked at BlackRock. I wouldn't want to. That place is boring. Alright. I kind of like where this is headed. Just need a touch of momentum on the future side. What's up, Nuke? Well, I stopped out for $50 profit. That's annoying. Time to go all in on bluff. I feel like you're over trading now, Turd. Kind of losing 52-15, maybe. That'd be good. Yeah, if we could start to get sucked into the 52-10 strike, there's a shitload of puts there. just don't have enough momentum. And then the longer dated delta here is more impactful on the call side because there's not enough puts here to spike the gamma up. So all of our bounces have been in an effort to avoid that big 0 DTE put wall. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say we've got a lower high just yet, but we might mark a lower high. I don't have futures up and running on this yet. I keep I keep trying to remind myself to fund the futures account and I haven't done it. Ugh. And I think I have to like hook the ACH back up on this account because I don't think I've updated it in like a year and a half. I guess I could wire money in. It's not 5% for 1 day hold. That's the annualized rate. Jesus Christ. The Fed would be broke as fuck. What's up, Flaps? Surely you jest. What? Don't worry, SPX is gonna bounce now. I bought a 5210. Why? Is BTU going back up now that it reached the bottom of its channel? Yeah. It seems like it is. Bounce from yesterday's low. Hmm. Why is IWM overperforming? Oh, it's having a pretty good day though. Dow is too. It looks like defensives are doing moderately well. Financials are doing pretty good. Consumer durables, retail trade, manufacturers, health tech, utilities are doing great. Consumer durables are doing well. Consumer non-durables are doing pretty well. Energy and minerals, transportation, distribution services, non-energy minerals. Mostly just tech shitting the bed. So good breadth was part of the reason. It's tough though, because gold's rocketing. Gold's at 22.10 now. Oil's pretty stable around 81.50. Dollar's still moving up, but yields are pressed down. I would say if yields picked up, maybe we'd get a little more downside here. During the last 4 months, every time we get a big move up, we get 2 to 4 days consolidation before the next leg up. Do you see that continuing? Meaning we move up tomorrow or Monday? But I don't think that's relevant. It's just like an arbitrary pattern, right? It's observational bias. Hmm. Maybe we get the big moves end of day again. Yeah, I mean that's most likely, but I don't want that. Puts are just exploding at 52.10, so there's no reason we shouldn't be able to move down sooner. It would help if we were getting more 52.15 and 52.05, but that's just how people roll. I guess we're not getting a ton of 5200 either, but volume's pretty low across the board. It's not just like a lack of put side volume, it's just there's no volume. Did you buy a car? No. Is there a reason your SPX charts don't have a gamma flip level anymore? I've decided I think it's meaningless. It's a meaningless data point. It shouldn't have any real effect on price. And it's frequently incorrect about where the dealer positioning actually shifts. So that's why I took it out. I left it in there longer than I should have anyway. Gamma flip not GN? No. It's what I used to call fast gamma. It's just like the notional median of gamma on the chain 20. I believe I've tried to reverse calculate it, and their calculation seems to be a tiny bit off, but it's like the notional median of gamma 28 days to expiry, which is a useless figure. I thought it had some value in being a little more sensitive than gamma neutral is on SPXW. But a lot of I first started using it before we had the SPXW chain, right? Because that was something that we added later on. And so it was useful for a little while because it was, kind of close to where gamma neutral on the shorter dated chain would be. Um, but then once we had SPXW, it was kind of like it's just less accurate. It's also, well, not only is it less accurate, it's just an incorrect representation of where the market maker hedges. So now that we have both chains, I think it's kind of silly to look at it, right? What's on Atmu? Wasn't this like one of the, I don't know, getting to be about time to short it, I suppose. Although their earnings are pretty fucking good. Their margins have been falling off. Might be getting close to a peak, but if you short it, you're gonna have to deal with like dead cats. I guess you could just sell vol on it. That might be worthwhile. Just noticed the stream card. Nice. That's a pretty good one. It goes flock today. I know it's on Reg Show. And it ran a lot on Reg Show, which is kind of interesting. But I think, is it on Reg Show as of last night? $8. It's been on for 8 days. Hmm. Seems like it went on Reg Show while it was already running up, which probably isn't a very good sign. Yeah, I would say that's pretty bearish. It went on Reg Show after the first bump from 22 to 27. You mentioned that valuation isn't as important for trading. Why is that? Well, because you generally don't care about the long term success of a company when you're trading it, right? You just care about near term price and performance. If you're buying options on something, very rarely are you going to care what it's doing even a year from now, right? So, I mean, I do think that the fundamentals should be understood, but I don't think that being able to evaluate a company is necessary to being a trader. Would you say that the consolidation on SPX is still bullish? It is. If you're referring to the consolidation from the all-time high, yeah. If you're referring to the consolidation on the intraday, no. No problem, baby hands. Yeah, I mean it's just a like a time horizon kind of issue, right? They got the gap. Yeah, they did. That might, this might top out here, though. At the gap fill. We still haven't filled the downside gap, which is quite large. Pretty crazy fight for VIX 13 here. Maybe they shouldn't have sold so many fucking puts under VIX 13. Safe to sell $11 game puts April 5th. 11 could be too low. They're betting on a new 3-year low. If XRT was like going on reg show or something, maybe. But not particularly fond of it otherwise. Jesus fucking Christ, this is so boring. That's the level we care about, right? SPX about to triples half. It's either gonna test that or this one up here. I don't think either of those are particularly bullish, but reg show on the 15th. I know, I just said it was. It's not day 9. Reg show begins the following day. So if it was posted to reg show on the 15th, then reg show started on the 16th. $5,200, $5,210. 5210 is where, well, at least intraday, that's where the ramp starts. Volume on that sucks. Is there a higher chance of beating the market using technical analysis to trade than using fundamentals? Probably not. I would say that's not true. Technical analysis is not predictive. Fundamental analysis can be. It's just highly interpretive. Could you clarify what you said earlier about Fubo's tips? I said Fubo is being shorted heavily. Has been since earnings. It's becoming illiquid. It's not as illiquid as it could be. I just feel like I'm only relying on TA, and while it works at times, it hasn't been consistent. I mean, it's inherently not consistent. There are TA methods that have a higher win rate than others, probabilistically. Um, but I mean, none of them really surpass like high 60s, maybe 70%. And those situations are really specific. No, TA is a risk management tool. And for that, TA is phenomenal. We're an SPXRQ. Free the VIX. I feel like the Bulls are burning their pump a little too early with the auction at 1 o'clock here. Like, their positioning is not that great. Boom Hunter Pro is just like, it's just like RSI with a fast and slow moving average. And by using the like a super fast moving average, it attempts to be predictive, but really it's just telling you less lies about the past than a longer moving average would. Didn't you just do a video on that? Maybe. Yeah. I think I did. Watch his vids, pores. How many DT straddle will you get for tonight? Bearing in mind we have lots of data for tomorrow. Probably not a very long one. I'm well aware that we have a lot of data for tomorrow. I might buy it for like Monday or something. Don't tell the Bulls what to do, Dad. Sell, put, buy, call is the only strat they need. It's very effective. Boom Hunter Pro is the best indicator because it has the best name. Oh, there's better names. I own the float of a makeup company. Is it Estee Lauder? TA is risk management 11 days ago. Oh shit. I guess I did. What's the name of the indicator that you've been working on? Which one? No, it's Rev RQ. You can't buy that. Don't lie to me. If it's not Vindicator, I'm unsubscribing. This is so fucking boring. Hmm. Oompa Loompa. They finally got me. Sorry to hear that. Still got a couple more bucks. $18,450. Resistance. Um. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Also still pretty negative here. Uh, slightly lower high. Retests. QQQ. So NQ rejected off of 18,450, which I guess is like a little bit of a resistance. If we reject here and fall back to the low, that puts us in a bit of a megaphone. Although there is some more upside room on that. Hmm. TLT is really moving today. Is someone buying big treasuries? 20 years down pretty hard. USD's falling against the yen. Could be like Japan. Might just be like the performance in Russell. Gold's shooting up too, which is interesting. Wonder why the large volume? They must have had good earnings. No. The opposite, actually. Any puts coming in? Yeah. I mean, there's already a lot of puts there, but there's more being bought. Volume's, again, pretty low on both sides. There's some call selling here at the top. Again. Maybe short calls. Might just be profit taking. Looks like volume's picking up on the at and out of the money puts a little bit. We're starting to get a bit more interest on the 52.15 strike. 52.10 is still huge. Gold ETF is also on Reg Show. I know. Gold one makes sense. Gold already looks ready to push another high. Still got a couple of dollars the upside we haven't tested here. 52.23. That would be this resistance. I feel like we gotta get like one more bounce out of this. All right. Vic's just shriveled up a little raisin, and I hate raisins. Yeah, yeah. But when Vix moves, it'll move fast. I joined the Discord 12/21 22/21. I'm so pathetic. The two independent board members are interesting as for GME. Other than that, I'm looking forward to know what company they bought securities of. They didn't buy anything. They disclosed that already. Are they done covering DDS? My position for mid 2021 scares me. I mean, no. And DDS continues to have pretty good growth. Start making a move, perhaps? Uh, yeah, a little bit. It's trying to. Careful if the market sells off again. Upstart probably will too. It's still very weak below that 2750 strike. Hmm. It made such a big deal of RC's capabilities of investing his cash, and he didn't buy a single thing. Choice paralysis is a mother. Well, first of all, they restricted it a bit, and then also, their money's already invested in short-term treasuries and like short-term bills and bonds. What about Tesla? Caught support at 75. Yeah. Hmm. $12.46. Next week. All right. We're getting a small amount of call selling here, not a ton. It's roughly matched up. Volume's still pretty low. The fact that RC didn't invest in anything was the most bullish part of earnings. Arguably below the rate of inflation now. Whatever, you never want to hang out with me whenever I put random addresses down. I'm starting to think you don't trust me. You already tried to kill me on that bridge. Para cut to junk. That's bad. Could the auction actually cause us to push up hard? Yeah. Although I feel like the pump right now is a hedge against the auction just not being that great. I'm trying to get everything back to where it's kind of neutral. I'm getting pretty close. Still a little bit on the bearish side. SMC cuts para to junk. Need a nap, yeah. I'm fucking burnt. SX 15-minute doesn't look particularly great. No, it doesn't. But the auction can change that. Hmm. QQQ still looks pretty weak. Or NQ. Either one. Upstart broke 27.50. Dope. I think how bulls have to base their positions off treasuries printing tails. I mean, the market maker probably wants price around the neutral position and the like where zero DTEs are for the day, right? I wouldn't say it's just the bulls. Okay, we tested 52.23, like you said. Now you owe us a drop. I guess that if JPM is rolling before or after the expiry, I mean, I just assumed that they'd roll on the 28th. It's not before the expiration, it's just the day of it. No, there's no T plus 2. I mean, we'll see if it moves with ETF FTDs. It should have plenty of them. This is the permanent auction we were looking for yesterday. A bit, yeah. This is definitely a lot lower than where the Bulls want to be. But it's higher than they were, which is slightly better. Can NVIDIA screw some of those puts off the chain? My 880 piece printed already today. I would love the 920Cs now. Screws off calls? There's not that many calls built up at 900 yet. At least on the sold side. A lot of those already got squeezed off and repositioned at 950, right? So the pullback's actually kind of harmful to short-term price, like upside price action on NVIDIA. Probably more stagnation around 900 until like another call wall builds up. There wasn't a breakout, it was just a test and I got rejected. There's no pre-auction leak. What are you gonna leak? The auction hasn't occurred. Also, heads up to everyone, Friday is closed, so weekly options are 1 DTE. Yeah. Yeah, don't forget that Friday is a holiday. How can auction results leak that haven't happened yet? Hmm. I bet if they tried, they could make this more annoying, but I'm not really sure how. We could print a tail and they could pump. And try to bag the rest of their 0 DTE calls before letting it fall. They may do that anyway. Where are the 0 DTE calls? Most of them are like 30 through 40. Not too much outside of that. Puts are increasing at 20, 25. Momentum's starting to get a little bit more bearish here, though. Yesterday, it wasn't so much that the bulls couldn't pump into the auction; they just mistimed it. They tried to pump too early, and they got fucked. Today was better. But see how it's like already starting to fail? This is the problem with not breaking to the higher level. Because we didn't break to like 25, 30. They really don't have a lot of stability here. Now they're going to try to hold price here for 4 more minutes, which is tough. There's still a shitload of puts at 52.20 and then even more at 52.10. They pumped kind of early today still. It wasn't too bad, but yeah, a little early. Yesterday it was like noon when they tried. It's like I think it was like 11:55 or exactly at noon. Today was started a little bit later, like 20 minutes or so. ATR doesn't tell you anything about liquidity. It's just a measure of price. I have your thoughts on Oatly. It's an unprofitable penny stack. I know you love those. I've thought about it before. They have a lot of debt. No, tail would be bearish. I mean, the initial reaction, who the fuck knows? But overall, a tail would be bearish. What I did, I even said where we would test to the upside. Oh, slash S. Serious. Rude. $30. Fed bid 0. New oil inventories are up. I guess so are gasoline inventories. It's not hitting oil that hard though. That should be a drag on SPX. What did I miss? Vendors talking my ear off. We're just waiting on the action. Oof. And the money put buying there. 7-year yield 4.193 before the auction. High yield 4.185. So no tail. Let's see what the bid to cover is. Hmm. Wait a second. Is the data bad? Bid to cover 2.6. Interesting. That's up a little. Hmm. A little bit of a battle here. Not matter. Bid to cover is not great. Up a little, but not great. But no tail. Yeah, 2.6, high yield at 4.185. Sold 53 billion, awards 63.66% of bids at high. Jesus. Primary dealers take 12.86%, direct 17.41, indirect 69.73. Yeah, that's not a particularly good auction. It's just not got a tail. Yeah, pretty mixed. Similar to yesterday. Although a little better than yesterday, which is kind of interesting. I guess yesterday's auction was a bit bigger, but that might have more of an effect on gold. It starts to see gold push up a little bit here. Let me check this 7-year. Yeah, it looks like the yield on the 7-year bounced right back. So they just bought them and sold them. My CGC puts are hurting, Gherkin. Make them better. CGC. Oh, Canopy? Why are you shorting weed stocks during an election year? Every other thing they say is like bullish on weed because they don't have any other platforms to stand on. I mean, if it's any consolation, they'll probably feel better in a few days. Taking 66% at the high, what does that mean? I don't want to explain bond auctions to you, man. Can't you go look it up? It's like a whole thing, and then you're not going to understand anything that I tell you. And then I've got to answer like 35 more questions on the same subject from you over the next 6 days. Aren't you not supposed to be talking to me? I thought I had 4.5 days of reprieve. So you have competitive bids, right? And the yields, the highest yields offered that are accepted are your stop out, right? Which is the highest rate the treasury will sell securities at that auction. And then bids above that rate aren't accepted. Bids below will receive securities at the stop out. And that way all competitive bidders receive the same yield. And then you have non-competitive bids, which is bidders agree to accept whatever yield is determined at the auction, right? So they receive treasuries but no specified rate. And so 66% of the auction's total allocations were made at the high yield. So it doesn't mean that 66% refused a lower rate. It just indicates that the total issuance was at the high yield. Like 66% of the total issuance was at the high yield. So it can show, like, the higher that is, it could show increased demand at that specific rate. BNED fucking ripping. Ooh. It's up 2 cents, man. You dick. It's pretty awful. Anyway, so basically it's telling you, there's a lot of demands a lot of participants are unwilling to accept anything besides the high rate, and the demand is mostly at a fixed rate of return. And then you can go and look at like the yield on the bond after the auction, and you can see if they demanded that rate in order to like then just sell them when the rate bumps, right? Because I mean they're forced to buy those bonds, right, as part of the like liquidity provisions to remain a prime in that market, right? And so if they're picking them up and then immediately selling them back off again, uh that's a pretty good sign that that's like not a treasury that they really want to hold. They're just arbitraging it. I mean, demanded the higher rate kind of tells you that they want to get the higher rate because they expect the value of the bond to drop, and they want the value of the bond to drop as little as possible. Is this still bearish? I mean, we lost 52.20 again, which isn't good. Vol turned up. I would say a little bit, yeah. Incrementally, but definitely more bearish than testing 52.23. Still resistance-ish at 52.15 though. Futures found support 52.73. So still trying to hold that like 52.75 level that we've been chopping back and forth across all day. NQ again a little more bearish than SPX. And Dow and Russell still kind of supportive on breadth. Like RSP's up 88 BPS today. No tail, but mixed results. You think Tesla will break to pre-March levels soon? It looks like it wants to explode to me. I mean, it could just as easily fail here. This is a bear flag, right? It's not that bullish. Strong bounce, weak follow up. Second. Shorten the fuck out of the 52.15 again. That's why they don't want to lose that level. Because they're selling the shit out of that put. It's really fucking annoying. Lulu, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up if you need help getting added to the country club.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Let me check something. Looks like there's plenty of resistance on ES to the upside here. It's a pretty strong move. High or low? Yeah. Also might be a lower high though. Violent consolidation into the end of day. I don't know. Let's see if futures gets support here or not. Looks like volume's declining pretty rapidly on the pump. And again, most of the upside driven by puts selling off than calls buying in. So still a little bit of lack of confidence on the bull side. There's a lower high. Is this the Easter Bunny bounce? Does the height of the higher low matter? Does a higher low compared to a lower higher low matter? Yeah, obviously, because there's buy support at a higher price. The higher that price, the more bullish. Time to full port Jeppy, take a nap. Ew. I set stop losses before any meetings. Learned that lesson many times. No problem, Greg. Start buying those 0 DTE puts back and then selling calls. How much longer can we consolidate like this? And I feel like tomorrow gives us a pretty good chance of seeing what's going to happen, right? There's a lot of data tomorrow. It could come in kind of mixed or something, or GDP's below expectations, and that might keep any larger upside breakout from happening. But we're starting to pick up like volatility in this range, right? Interesting. Still a lot of puts at 52, 10, and 20. guess technically it was a few cents off there. $20 sell-off coming. Say it's so. I don't know. Possible. Probably be better if it happened before the positions weakened substantially. How far can we fall? 52.10? Well, I mean, if we hit 52.10, we could fall further. There's puts to the downside of that. You're going to get some of those short puts at 52.15 squeezing a bit. Which has been rapidly defended all day. $50 sell-off incoming. That'd be crazy. I mean, the total range is probably like, if you include like further dated puts, maybe 50, 51.80, 75. I don't think we'd hit that today. That'd be excessive. Especially with so much big data tomorrow. Just hear me out. We could keep chopping between 14 and 22. Yep. Hmm. Any chance we test 4,800 end of day? I don't think so. Is it going to be decidedly bullish or bearish? Couple breakout candles, then pull back. Momentum slowed there. Flattening out there. Failing there. Hmm. NQ looks a lot shittier. Something's gonna happen in a couple minutes. And I'm not sure if it's gonna be super bullish or really bearish. Super bull bearish? I mean, I feel like it should be bearish just because of where we're positioned, but we're too close to the upside of that positioning to be sure. Strangle? Might straddle it. It should be bearish because of where I'm positioned. Hmm. Should be here. Hmm. Stuffed a little bit. Bear? Not yet. Get a little more bearish, but not bearish yet. Hmm. Drop. They're still fighting back against it. Less vol shorting on this though. Hmm. God damn it. Little Vix peen. Yeah. Bulls are pushing back a little bit, but not very much. Mm, rip the band-aid off. I wonder how over leveraged they are. This should You should see this contract spike if they start buying back their short vol. So this is like nutting. Are most of the sold 15p today 0 DTEs? A lot of them are. They've sold a lot. They've been selling the fuck out of that strike all day. Ooh. IV starting to pick up on that contract a bit. Let's trigger all the stop losses. Come on. Um, Reddit dropping because it has options. That's usually how it starts. Dixie and yields starting to move up. Yeah, but I think we can get some dollar pressure. And Dixie starts to pressure like 104.50, that would probably matter. It's a bit short of that still. Oil's climbing back up, which is supportive here and fucking annoying. NQ still kind of looks like shit, though. I mean, NQ's like the... This is the problem, right? If NQ wasn't fucking pulling back so hard, the market would be ripping right now. Because like Dow and Russell are up, equal weights up fucking 90 BPS. So it's like the weakness in NQ that's pulling shit down. But a failure on NQ could be nasty, especially here. Like if this fails the resistance at what is this 18,380, it's just gonna get fucking crushed. Yeah, the next support's at like 18,336 after that. And then 18,245. Isn't it Nikki down bad, not NQ? What's on the other side of 5223? More puts. Some dude in traffic called me a pickle snoocher. How do you know I watched the stream? I don't know. It's crazy. Have you been driving around in one of those trucks with the giant screens on the side? Ugh. Close the fucking short puts, you pricks. Wish the market maker would just crank IV, stop everyone out of everything. MQ didn't fail. Not yet. Bearish consolidation, but it hasn't failed yet. Neither is ES. Although we are starting to fall a bit south of the buy side on ES. bid's getting kind of weak. And then there's pretty decent sell side down to like 5270, where there's then support. Should put us around, oh yeah, it's like 52 52 52 1250. But if we had enough momentum, we could push right through that. It's not that big of a buy wall. Hmm. 149. The majority of calls are still out of the money. Hmm. Gamma's gonna start to pick up on those out of the money puts. Hmm. 59. The issue, I forgot to like the stream. Oh, perfect. You left us hanging for so long. Same high on that. Alright, this is starting to fail a little bit again. Use a macro keyword. Is there any recommendations? I have like a Ducky 3, I think. It's pretty good. The macros can be kind of a bitch to program on it, though. I don't know. Maybe. I've never tried Montgomery. You can write them in C. No, well, that's useless for me. I'm terrible at programming. Less support would be ideal here. Let's slip back below 20 and spook some of these sold puts. Huh. Russell and Dow are starting to pull back a little. RSP is down. Nope. Back where it was. Never mind. It was down a point for a second. If equal weight sells off, that's going to be bearish as fuck. It's the only thing holding this piece of shit up. Nvidia could fail at 905. Hmm. Rate cuts are being weird. Dollar's fucking flat again. VIX is going up really, really fucking slowly. 7,000 puts open for tomorrow. 51.15, 51.05. Spread just for the lulz. Might be sold. Made a grand, bought some Upstart shares, sold some Upstart calls. Okay, nice, Carl. Oh, this is painful. William's just gone. Go on, do it. Dump. Oh, you piece of shit. Problem with all this battling is it's gonna be one side or the other, right? I do think Bears have a slight edge here, but they're not pushing it hard enough. Bear song 52.2101. Bear song if we test 5200. That's a bias. What is? EOS looks bearish as fuck. Yeah, it doesn't look great. It's not that. It's kind of neutral. It'd be a lot more bearish if it's failed 52.75. Same would be true NQ at 18.4. I have a long-term trend going straight through this price action. You should, yeah. Maybe. Nope. What time frame? BNet up 3 pennies now. Fire. Nice. MOASS. Oh shit. New candle. There we fucking go. Keep doing that. Just want to taste the sweet, sweet nectar of 5219.99. Come on. Gold's been breaking out all day. Gold's breaking down, right? I don't know what you mean breaking out. Long term, sure. Consolidating right now, though, just like everything else. Ooh. Well, that's very sexual. Getting more desperate with their put selling. Put them right back underwater. Go. Let's do it. I found a silver dime. This metal detector is giving me better returns. Why is Tup stalling the bankruptcy? It's probably going to be this week, right? Well, if it's not, they're going to get delisted. Oh, Triplet's getting fucked. More. Yeah. Red candle. Dork, quick, to the yurt. Pray to the gods of the red candle. All these fucking puts have been sold between like 250 and 215. Here's a consensus estimate. SPX is a piece of shit. Dork sacrifices a quesadilla before the Great Red Bear of Portland. They're not trying to save 20, they're trying to save their short puts. Because they fucking sold everything. Can Dork even make a quesadilla? So far he knows pork chops and pasta and boiling water for the pasta. I don't know. I think he buys his quesadillas. You actually made me spit coffee on my monitor. I need a benevolent synth short. I need this fucking option to go above $2.70. That's what I need. $2.77. Just here. Get this like fucking slow bleed down. It's such bullshit. It's okay, guys. Just keep selling puts. Don't stop. I imagine it's just like guys like shoveling coal into the Titanic. And then the wall rips open and they die instantly as they realize. I don't know. I have to think about it. In the engine room, they had no idea they're about to drown. I've had that visual in my head for a while. Ooh, QQQ slipping a little bit. Oh yeah. Let's go NQ. Punch a new hole in this floor. Hmm. This is very tense. Dude, I'm bored. What? Now? The peak of the excitement? We're flat. I know. No, the desperate dip buying is bearish. That's awesome. Tiny bull traps. All of these. It's been a bull trap since 5260. Anyway. Do you still feel like it could go either way? Yeah, I can. We're still doing another spontaneous drop like yesterday, so I can watch my 30C puts 80x again. Probably won't be as severe as yesterday's, although it has some potential. I'm gonna average down those puts. No, I don't think so. Well, maybe if we lose 52-15, I'd add to them. I'm gonna add to them now. I'm so bearish. I'm bullish. You've 180'd yourself. Hmm. Fucking motherfuck. Hmm. Interesting. What the fuck caused that? Is it just futures? Look at the put OI for June on XRT. I saw it. It's, yeah. Where's the gap? So close. And Q bounced off 18,414. A slightly higher high here. There it goes. Damn, they're shorting the fuck out of VIX. Hmm. Just $1 on those. Damn pesky bulls. Yeah. Well, we still have an hour, 2 hours almost. Annoying though. What's going on tomorrow's expiration? Could we get call capitulation? I mean, if the calls go in the money, maybe. calls here for tomorrow. This is kind of the peak of the call interest for tomorrow, and then put walls at 40, 45. Downside's pretty bearish to 5,200. I guess a little bit of call interest at 5,205. Positioning looks pretty neutral though. So they're setting up some neutral positioning into tomorrow. Trying to save the calls that got burned this morning. Is this just a rescue mission and we drill after? It depends on where it fails. It could be a rescue mission. It could just be a pump. Like, the capitulation on the call side will be heavily dependent on whether the call's getting the money on the back of the pump. And the calls are at 30, 35, 40. So if we fail to break 30, then yeah, it could all just sell off. But there's been a decent amount of call selling at 25, so if the 25 calls squeeze off, that could be pretty bad. We'll see. Might start getting vol turning around here a little. I don't know if that's going to push the market maker to sell that much. But I would say that if we could pull back under 23, that might start pushing those 0 DTs to sell off. Fucking RSP up 102 points on the day. Huh. This isn't as strong as the push earlier today. They push the market maker a little bit more positive here. Yeah, so it's hard to say if this will fail. If the market maker's hedge flips negative again, which is at like 23, then maybe. Why is IWM pumping? Yields are down. I wouldn't say that there was any data today that really supports it. I guess the FRN dropped a little bit, which kind of helps, but that was it had already pumped by then. The mortgage purchase index and refinance indexes were pretty stable, I think. Yeah. Applications improved a bit on a slightly lower rate than last week. So that helped finance a lot, which is largely what's supporting this rally, right? Or like what supported the pre-market rally. Nvidia still looks pretty weak, but Apple's pumping. Apple's at resistance. Nvidia's failing. AMG's kind of flat. Amazon. Google doesn't look so hot. Neither does Meta nor Microsoft. Tesla looks okay. Can they push for 35.40? Potentially. We need to break 30 first. But yeah, if we break 30, they could push as high as 40. Volatility on a failure here would be a big deal. ES didn't test resistance at 287. Got rejected just short of that. NQ got rejected a little bit harder. One and a half hours left. I mean, it's pretty early still. I'd say that might be the most bearish thing. It's just that it's really early. Hmm. Getting quite a bit of call selling at the peak here. But they're selling puts still too. so close out the short puts. Then what? What's up? What'd you do, Popcorn? Yesterday you said be careful with calls here. Can you say that again to let the bulls know that they should sell off? I mean, I'm more likely to buy a 25 put here than a 30 call. It's still tricky. Ooh. Hmm. Upstart looks good. Yeah, it does. Careful though. It could sell off into the end of the day again. It hasn't broken through 50, so 27.50 enough to pull past it or squeeze off the short calls. They're not. Upstart tips don't change much today, I don't think. No. It is gonna get some covering here, though, it looks like. A little bit of it. Not a lot of liquidity there. Volume's not giving me confidence. We won't just go right back. Sorry, what was that? I lost it. 52.15. Yeah, I agree. Go and drop. Give me another 10 bagger. Well, my 52.25s are up, which is cool. Where the fuck did I put that? Goddamn son of a bitch. Give me 1 second. Bull's gonna give it all back. They might. Got some pretty big call capitulation with the upside failure. Especially the 40 and 35 out of the monies. And the 20 and 10 out of the monies have hung on a bit. Still really want to see us lose that 2020, 2017 range. I want to see some of these bounces get stuffed. That's a pretty important failure on NQ. This is the 15, but even on the 1 hour, right? Nvidia not doing well. Yeah, it doesn't look great. Still want to see it slip that 89, 895 level. That's really important. 900 still supportive. NQ's pushing down a little more. ES is picking up some sell side volume, but it hasn't fallen back into that trend yet. Yeah, we kind of want to see ES fail right here, and then we want to see ES fail again at the 78.25 level. I don't know. GDP comes in tomorrow. Ooh. If I can predict GDP. Look at the analyst estimates. Expectations like 3.2. Atlanta Fed saying 2.1. I don't think it's gonna drop that fucking much, but Yeah, well, on the intraday, Upstart's pretty low on liquidity. It's pretty low on liquidity, and it's above the 2750 level. Which adds a bit of market maker support to the upside. Yesterday when it broke 2750, it didn't have a lot of support. Do you have generational wealth yet? Nah. If this dumps into close again, I'm getting really crashy vibes. I feel like tomorrow's data should be moderately bullish, so that should be supportive for like our end of day price action because more bulls should come in, but I looked at tomorrow's chain a little while ago and it didn't look very bullish. Outside of like some calls at 52.25, it looked like shit. Like flat gamma to the downside, puts at 5200. None of it looked pretty impressive. But that can still change a lot before the day's over. Gert can't achieve generational wealth unless he has a child or figures out the cloning thing. I told you, I'm just gonna adopt an adult I like. Tibbs. It's like an instantaneous slip by the MM to go long, short, delta, gamma, vega. Or is it more of a range? It doesn't have to start right away, which is why we see big pushbacks to levels. Yeah, it doesn't have to start right away. But there are breakpoints and you see them defended and positioned around, right? Like this isn't anything that institutions don't understand to a degree, right? It's just like leveling the playing field. If you want a true disappointing child experience, I'm here for you. Listen, AJ, whoever I adopt, their first mission is going to be to find you in Canada and drain your trading accounts so I never have to hear you ask me a question about the markets again. I've been loading up in deep in the money VIX calls with Theta simply because I feel it's somewhat of a safe bet. Like VIX cash. You know, you're just paying like you're paying for like 0.99 delta, right? I mean, I guess they're kind of expensive for the exposure you get. I can't. The market hates you, AJ. You probably just bought calls. Yeah, zero point 0.9 delta UVXY 5C for May. Yeah, so I mean you'll get intrinsic value, but you're not gonna get a lot of extrinsic, which kind of sucks if VIX goes wild, right? I mean you're fine if it doesn't. UVXY is not my favorite, but doesn't that decay? Yeah. But if he's buying them right now, like how much, right? Like the fucking VIX 3 months almost back at 15. Let's see. VIX ETFs on the verge of getting blown up still? No, no, they're not. Not too many of them on Reg Show right now. There may be any vol products on Reg Show right now, actually. Ooh. We're getting very close to slipping the level on ES that I want to see lost. Back inside the megaphone, which is kind of interesting. Fell back below that trend. $52.68 would be dope. That maybe shouldn't even be that big of a... Ooh. Alright, we're starting to get a little put accumulation. Some of the call interest is falling off. It's doing things. They may not be great, but they're things. Okay, that doesn't matter anymore, right? Or wait, no, that one was there already. I don't want to move that. So we're looking towards... right there. ES is now, or NQ is moving to test 18,415, but with volume. Or, well, a bit more volume. We could consolidate on the mid-range test a little bit, but then we'd want to see that continue to fail. Not dumping to close, but a chance of dumping to close. Yeah, it's better than blowing up on 0DT. It's not a bad hedge. I mean, the only way you get fucked there, really, is if VIX just stays flat at 13 for an extended period of time. Which is a little less likely nowadays, but still a concern. You need to go to a no service area. Have fun. About NDX 1800p for $10 in case NVIDIA announces it doesn't actually exist. About a gradual slide into close. I don't think that's really an option. I think we either hit the break point and dump, or we stabilize and close flat around here-ish. Maybe that could pump into the end of the day if we stabilize, but yeah, we don't want to sit in this middle range too long. We want that momentum to keep going. Beyond Dead, GG nerds. Fucking, it's up 5 cents on the day. Or 0.015%. You guys are so weird. This is where we would see momentum pick up. This 20, like from 20 to here is where we want to see the like volume increase. And then that would propagate a further volume increase to the downside. So far it doesn't look terrible. The biggest risk is getting hung up at 52.20. VIX is barely budging. They don't want VIX over 13. Fucking 100,000 puts sold today with VIX. VIX between like 1295 and 1280. The 15-minute chart on SPX is terrible. Look at this sloppy shit. Hmm. The video slipping 900 for the 32nd time. Hmm. Still a lot of puts out of the money. The market's trying to heal itself, and the bulls are trying to pump it full of juice. This isn't going to end well. Probably not. How hard can this fail? 52.10, I would say. There's a small chance that it could break below that. It's got to lose 17, though. And we're going to consolidate right here. So the amount of time we spend consolidating here is going to play a big role in whether or not we can dump more today. How's GME only down 15%? DRS? No. Shorts taking profits. Where's Brian Pumper to pump the market? Who? Todd? Can you believe the power hour signed backwards so the market will dump? I don't think I can. But maybe I can.
Five, four, three.
Hmm. I don't think so. That didn't work.
Five,
Yeah,
four,
fuck it. Just play
three,
it.
2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff.
Is it shaking
We
like
have a
that?
liftoff.
All right. That was weird. GPU okay? I think so. I think I accidentally turned on some sort of filter. Fail. But epically. Big epic fail. That's the turn down for what filter? We came very close to pumping the market to 5,300 just now. My fixie leaps at 65 are getting liquid. Something's happening. Yen market intervention. Ooh. Carry trade's breaking down a little bit today. Now. Lower high. Lower high. Equivalent high. Fuck me. Ooh. Wait a second. Yeah, so we need to lose 52.75 ES still. Let's see if we get sold calls here. The call side's weaker on the 0 GTE, but they have support tomorrow at 25. They're trying to burn off the out of the money puts. Or the at the money puts with like the churn decay. I think that's why they keep trying to pump it back above 20. Or, well, they don't want it to go below 20 because if the 20 puts are in the money, they're going to have positive charm into close. Which would be pretty rough for all those sold puts. Ringing those puts? Maybe. Yeah. I still think the probability of a drop is higher. It probably would have helped if I'd remembered I had them earlier and set a stop when they were up, but I still got them now, so 10x or bust. Ooh, that's a lot of volume. Oh, now we start squeezing the short calls. Come on, push it. So close. Bears have got their positive charm on the 5220s now. If they can keep it. Hmm. Ooh, continuation? Yes, it's so close to pushing down through 75. Supports at 70. Could we close the overnight gap before end of day? That'd be fucking sick. Maybe. Ugh. Just relax, baby. Let it slip. I'm sure that's easy to say if you didn't sell a metric fuck ton of 5220 puts today. Bulls struggling have to do with end of quarter selling. Yeah, we could be a lot of profit taking, right? Massive Q over Q profits. Fucking market's up like 25% in one quarter. Every 60-40 fund in the world probably wants to bag it before tax season. Because those tax bills are going to be huge. Or they just won't pay them like last year. Yep, lower low. This is still going up a bit. I think the next 5 minutes probably make or break on this. Is there much of a chance of big downs on QQQ or just mediocre downs? I think NQ has a bigger chance of having a large downside move than ES does. Slightly lower high. Mm. Where does the MM want this end of day? Right about where we're at. I think it might be even pinned a little higher. It's like 20, 24, 23, 24. Right there. Did all the puts just capitulate? No. Some did. I think this is gonna fail though. I think it's gonna fail the lower high. Is that 2 gaps? 1 gap. Mm. Yeah, but a little bit of volatility. Probably go like that. Still up at 330. Come on. We'll see. Shit. Why is that so choppy? There's no fucking calls there. the out of the money calls fall off? Mostly, yeah. So it's all up to like the 25 and 20 puts. Hmm. On Upstart, when would a goof re-entry be if it holds over the 26s? 2680? Hmm. I guess like the 26 entry is not terrible. It's at 28 right now, though. Looks like it's gonna keep pushing up, too. Can we still fail, or is that part over? We still could. That's shittier. 25 and 20s need to go back in the money. And they're gonna burn off on these. That's the point of the bounce, right? Is it burns all the puts. I really don't want VIX above 13. I've upstart 2750s. Tomorrow's expiration. Yeah, this had to be call buying tomorrow. But what strike? 30. 25, 30. It's still big put walls at 40, but I think they're going to get the 30 in the money. Consensus estimates are calling for 4% year-over-year increase in S&P EPS Q1. Inflation's ready to pump again. Maybe. It's too bad. Yes. Isn't quite at resistance. Close. 52.90. Might be getting rejected below it. I'm gonna lose 30 and 25 though. It's a big ask for the last 25 minutes of the day. Even with NQ being weak. It was looking real good this morning for bears, despite the bullshit overnight gap up. What happened? Bulls were able to stabilize it. They almost lost it a bunch of times, but fucking held through. This is just call buying for tomorrow. Neutral positioning, fucking with the end of day price. Have you ever traded CCL? Chart looks kind of spicy. Seems to legging itself up. No, I haven't. Mm. It's had some price improvement, but volatility's picking up a lot on it. How the fuck are these not dropping to 20 yet? We're gonna push right into the fucking put wall. Motherfuckers. Yeah, just huge call buying. They're pumping it super fucking hard. This is not gonna fail now. There's no way. There's not enough time left. We've done the opposite of 2 days ago. Yeah. That's because everyone's bullish on GDP. 5,300 end of week. Maybe. Barrick Gold had quite a day. Yep. Break above that fucking 16 level. It looks bullish as fuck, right? A bunch of the miners have been lagging gold anyway. Jesus fucking Christ. 4 Sigma fucking end of day moves. Rug pull for Upstart soon? Why? No, Upstart's starting to squeeze out the fucking $28 calls. What happened to the job offer you got? I haven't reached back out to them, but I'm not supposed to for like another month. Nothing that I'm not really all that interested in it. It's not a great deal. It's exciting because it's like a lot of money to manage, but as far as management fees go, it's terrible. If you want a clearer picture of how regarded this market is, look at the SPX on the 15-minute. This will probably sell off overnight too, which is the worst part. Did they discover that windmills produce oil? Or what's up? Oh no, not the job offer again. Please don't go. I was having nightmares last month thinking about it. I didn't take it. I haven't even like gotten like an official offer out of them yet. Can you tell us the fees? Yeah, it's basically just performance on like 15% of the total assets, and then you got to manage the rest for free. Get the offer, use that against your current job to get a raise. Just show the Dillionaires the job offer and be like, and this is why Dillionaires is going up $10 a month. Nice, Adam. How fucking high will this go? I mean, looks like we're going right into the put wall, which is at 52.40. Yeah, this is crazy. Hope you don't get it. I wasn't gonna take it anyway. Not even like 220. I mean, there's a salary for management, like a salary and some money to hire a team for like the asset management portion of it, and then yeah, performance on the rest. The attraction to it was it is a huge quantity of money.
But I did the math against managing my own stuff for 100% returns versus managing his substantially larger amount of money for 15% returns, and it wasn't really worth it. Like, it's worth it in it for over the next like 3 years, but after 3 years, provided I'm able to maintain my current rate of return, then it would be a losing prospect. And I wouldn't be able to manage my own port anymore, right? I'd have to just like throw everything in treasuries or something. Do you know a good way to put a lump of money in a safe investment like a CD or money market account? Fidelity has money markets. You like SPACs or whatever the fuck it's called. Um, you can just like deposit money into SPACs and then you get 5%. I know this is shitty, but I think Robinhood gives you 6% if you sign up for their fucking garbage premium service. What you do is take the job, tank his port. I mean, there would be risk management involved. You wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, I made a little bit off the 25 puts back there on the drop, but no calls. Although I do get to enter my straddle here at an absurdly high price. Straddle 45? I don't like that. Why? Doesn't matter. Marcus just doing a GME. Nothing to see here, folks. That was a fucking crazy pump. They dumped a shitload of delta into that. With that amount of money, would you be able to influence markets? I mean, you wouldn't want to. Increase membership costs and let us front run you. I already do let everyone front run me because I think my thoughts out loud. What the actual fuck? Yep. This is how it went down, Popcorn. Remember that line I drew where I was like, bulls are fucked if we cross this? Well, we bounced off that line 50 fucking points. The V is back. It's more like a U, but yeah. And we'll get if we get a drop after close into market open tomorrow and then rock it up, it'll be up. Alphabet TA for the win. Oh, what a piece of shit. Ow. Is the option chain not open tomorrow for SPX? It's open. Tomorrow's Thursday. Friday it's closed. Watch this thing sell off hard overnight. I could see us selling back to like 30 or 25. My WeBull isn't showing the 28th expiry. Should be. It's right here. $5,200s for tomorrow or $1. Ooh. 5,300s or 15 cents. Let's do it. Puts are too expensive. I want to buy the widest straddle. Oh god, it's not done. If this breaks 5,250, it's pretty bullish. Up 20% on Upstart May 2750Cs. Too much to hold overnight. I mean, you could trim it a little if you want to, but it looks pretty good. Closing over those sold calls is not good for them. So it makes it more likely that they'd squeeze off. The market maker hedge only shifted by $250 billion. Nothing to see here. That's such bullshit. Do you think puts to sell it open would print SPX or SPY? Wait, what? You just want to sell puts at open? I don't know. There's fucking massive data sets right before market open. I have no idea. There's there's put walls here at 40 and 45 too, which could push us down overnight. And then if the data's bad, we could dump. Is there any logic to the idea that this pump is pricing in good GDP? And if the numbers are good, it doesn't run much higher? I mean, I think a lot of this is just like the MM shifting their hedge and people buying neutral positioning into tomorrow. So they're just trying to pump it to like where calls and puts are fairly neutral on the chain. That's where we're at now, right? Going into tomorrow's expiry. I don't think this is like pricing anything in. When a credit spread is super profitable, close it. Yeah, yeah. I don't think GDP is going to be as bad as analysts are estimating it. Am I checking Adobe? Yeah, sure. Turned around a bit towards the end of the day here. I mean, I still think it looks okay. If we get like a pretty broad pump in tech, it'll probably benefit from that. SCX 5300 C 1 DTE are up 25%. What do? It's a good question. Who's the meme stock now? SPX. Futures are gonna get smacked down from 5300. Probably. I mean, like overnight? Yeah, I could see that. But maybe not a lot. I hope this pumps to 5300 tomorrow. It could. $6,000 end of year, not a meme. Why do we need the end of the year? Why not just like May? The market's literally shoving up as violently as possible. It's like a deranged person slamming themselves into a wall in a fit of delusion. Don't be ridiculous. June. $6K end of day. I think this marks our breakout from the bearish consolidation. Yeah. Still probably want to get a breakout there. That'd be the next test. 5310. Yeah. Fucking gonna get there before close. Bullish consolidation, sorry. This was bearish consolidation. The 15 minutes bullish. I misspoke. Shocked and saddened. Why? Since when is Ryan Cohen chairman of the SPY? Let's fucking go. Where were we trading at 18? Why didn't you tell us to full port 40C? Because there was no 40Cs on the chain on that test. Then there were thousands of 40Cs on the chain. BNet up 9.3% today. I know. As someone who's over invested in BNet, I'm well aware of its price at most times. Ding ding. The day is done. Alright. This piece of shit bounced higher than I expected it to. Right into the short-term trend here to the upside on S&P. A little over the market maker's priced in move of 70 points. Let's see. For ES, we're looking, well, we already tested it just now. We're looking at a test of this trend to continue to confirm the breakout from the bearish consolidation we had in the first part of the week. I think GDP numbers are going to probably be hotter than expected tomorrow, which should be short-term bullish. Long-term, obviously, that means increased inflation, right? We can't have inflation go up without GDP going up. So I kind of think that we're going to see pretty bullish numbers out of that in the morning. Jobless claims might have some effect on the dollar. Obviously, if the labor market still looks strong, we could see Dixie move up through that 104.50 level. I think we've got Chicago PMI and Michigan consumer after market open. Pending home sales. That might be about it. Kansas Fed. And then I think that's it for tomorrow. A lot of data out of Japan tomorrow night, too. And Friday, when the market's closed, we're going to get PCE. We're going to get J-Pow's speech. Both of those in the early part of the day. But it won't matter for any of you guys. So some hedge going into that. Looks like we're already starting to push up through that to the 53.13 test on ES here in after hours. Bears done got themselves squeezed out a bit. BNet volume over 1 million today. Watch out on those CCs. I mean, I'm not selling any CCs. I just say that to you because it upsets you for some reason I don't understand. God, this is the definition of a diamond top. Yeah, so 5,400, right? All right, commodities down. We've not precious metals, but wheat's down. Oil kind of climbed back up again into the end of the day. Continuing to see like Asian markets, specifically HSI, just reeling in overnight trading. It's not been performing well. Yields came down pretty hard today. 30, 20, 10. Probably got hit the hardest. But dollar's flat on the day. It's still up against the yuan, but down a bit against the pound and the yen. Correlation pushed brand new low, down at negative 73.83. Jesus Christ. But 3-month correlation is rising. There's a bit of a disagreement in near-term volatility versus long-term or mid-term volatility. Still seeing a little bit of uptick in the forward return of vol, but the yield curve's easing a bit there. So, and we are seeing a bit of deleveraging in the carry trade. Nothing crazy. I mean, this is still very much in the upper range. I think this came alongside some Ministry of Finance announcements outside from Bank of Japan last night, regarding taking some FX action on the yen as it approached that 152 level. Move, I don't know if that's actually updated. It might be. Skew was up yesterday. That's not updated. We got we still have the correlation between VIX cash and VIX futures increasing, or becoming more positively correlated, I should say. And we priced in a couple points of rate cuts today, but not much. Still under 70 and under 3 cuts for the year. Yeah, that's about it. Interesting. Tomorrow can kind of go either way. Obviously, there's a chance GDP could miss. I don't think it will. If it's too hot, that might scare people a little, because it's gonna increase inflation expectations. Obviously, Michigan consumer 5-year inflation expectations are going to be pretty important tomorrow. I would say their current and 5-year inflation expectations will be important. Core PCE quarter over quarter is expected to rise. If it rises more than expected, I think it's 2%. If it moves up to like 2.2, that could be pretty bad. A decline in GDP sales might be considered bad, but I think overall GDP is going to be a bit hotter than for quarter 4, a bit hotter than 3.2. But it is the final report. Remember, it's just a revision. While it's slightly bullish, it's not the end all be all of anything. So I think that's about it. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. I hope everybody has a great night. Later, everyone.